So, hello everyone, welcome back. In our previous lecture, we learned about condition statements. We discovered how a program can make decisions using if, else, and if else. Today, we are moving to another fundamental concept in Python called loops. So, before that, let's just revise our previous lecture, what we have done in our previous lecture. Okay, so our previous lecture was lecture 5. Okay, so firstly, we talked about the decision making concept. What is meant by decision making? Then I told you its definition by traffic light example, and we have also understand by it via flowchart. So Python provides a statement called if statements, and it will generally work on the true output. Generally always work on the true output. Okay. We also learn how a statement works with that of flowchart. Then we talked about some of the minor mistakes people do over here, like not putting colon and like other mistakes you already know. We talk about if else also, which if we are more than two conditions we use if else here. Okay, otherwise if two conditions is there, then we use only else. Okay, so here we also learn about some of the conditions. Also I told you about the flowchart with if else also. Then we do exercise of student gate system, how to make it. Then here also I told you about the mistakes we often do in these condition statements, like using multiple if statements instead of elif. Okay, writing wrong notation like these mistakes. Then I told you about the nested if statements. How if we write multiple statements in another if, then another if statement is another if, so it becomes a nested if statement. We also talk about it through a flowchart also. Then I will give you an example also, and we also done in our code editor here also. Okay, here above I think. See. Okay, here we have used in nested if, one if here and one if here. So after that, we also understand how to use else inside nested if. Then we used logical operators like and or not, and also I've talked about what is the truth tables about of or and not operators here. Also talked about some of the winner mistakes too. Then we have made a mini practice activity here. Okay. Also, I talked about the sort if and if statements. Like if you have already two condition and you have to write only if else statements, we can write it on the single line here. You can say with with only if and with if else too here. Like if I say, I think I have also wrote a here like this. Print here. This print here is the output of this if statement, and 35. No, no, not this. Here for the else, the output is print. No, so like this. We also do the mini practice activity. I also told you some of the mistakes of the whole LF and April. Then we have done some of the practice programs here. Also, I have given you 5 challenges. So I hope you all done these 5 challenges. So this is all for the quick recap of our previous lecture. So in today's lecture, as you are already know, this is our lecture 6 here. So in this lecture, we are discussing about the fundamental concept of pattern, which is loops. So loop, as you know, loops are one of the most powerful features of program because they allow us to repeat tasks automatically. Okay. For example, if you write here, like if our task is to write "Welcome to Python programming" 5 times, what you will do? You will just write print Python. I just write it in the double quotes. It is Python. programming, and you just copy this statement 6 times, or you can also like individually write it on the or center. If you copy this, then you can also paste here 6 times. This is one way of writing the Python programming in like 6 times. Okay, so you can write by this. Okay, so do you think it is a good way of writing code? What if I give you to write this 1,000 times? Would you write by hand only? So this is not a good way. Okay, so it is difficult also. So by this we can also do this by loop in one line also. Okay, so firstly we come to our topic, that is loops, and understand what is exactly it is. So it is a programming structure that allows us to execute the same block of code multiple times. Okay, so basically, if you don't have to write this individually 6 lines of code, you can write the value like how much you want to repeat, and it will have loop will repeat it for you automatically. So for the real examples, how loops are used, where loop are used. So like imagine a teacher taking attendance of 60 students. The teacher repeats the same process, call the student name, wait for the response, and uh, write its output whether it is the student is present or not present. Okay. Alarm clock. It's like every day. It rings every day. So it is also a loop. Washing machine to in traffic signal also. So the question arises, why do we write like need loops? So I told you to like easy our task by writing this whole individually. We can write it by a single line, and we it is faster to write, easier to understand, easier to maintain, and less prone to mistakes. So I give you an example just for the you can see just for your see purpose. Don't get confused what I'm writing here, okay? So firstly, I will make a new file like 6.py. So here what will I do? I will write like if our task here to print, Python programming. So the first way you can do like you can write here print, and you write here print Python programming. Okay, and you can like copy it and like paste it multiple times. Okay, one, two, three, four, five. Okay, 6 times. And when you will try to run this, you can see the output as Python programming here. Okay, no problem in that. You can get output. But this is if you I tell you that is 100 times. So it is difficult here. So our next way to write is using loops. So what in loop I write, like I'm just writing. Don't get confused like what is for here, okay? So I will write here for I in range. I will tell you detail in upcoming sections of this. I'm trying to confuse you. I will tell you later. And here 5 range means 5 here, okay? Like how many times I have to repeat. And I will write here print Python program. So I will now run that. and you can see the same output is here. However, it is like repeated 5 times. I have to repeat 6 times. Let's replace it by 6. Okay, let's click this and run this again. You can see our output has come here. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it is a short way of writing things. What if I write here 100? As you can see, it has written 100 times Python programming. Okay, what if I write here 1000? It will write 1000. You will see it has written the Python program 1000 times. I am just scrolling. It is right away. I am not scrolling. But I am actually scrolling here. Okay. So by this you can repeat the task efficiently here. Okay. So this is the main reason of telling this. So where are loops used for? Let's come to our topic. I will tell you about this also. So firstly, where are loops are used? So it is used in every sector, every like in software development, like reading thousands of records in a database, displaying social media posts one by one, processing online payments, sending emails to multiple users, reading files line by line, creating reports, and like other tasks. So in Python, we have different types of loops here. So let's talk about the different types of loop. So firstly, here we have our first type, that is our while loop. Okay, so right here while loop. The second type we have here is for loop. Okay, and the third type is a type of for loop only. Here we write with like range function, right? Like we previously wrote here, the range function, for will range function. Okay, it is a type of for loop only. So I write here for with range function. Okay, so these are the types of loops here. So let's understand a diagram. Like how does a loop work exactly? How like suppose in this block of code on loop, how it is like printing? What are the conditions here? Okay, so let's talk about this for the help of a flowchart. So when we click run button in our computer, what happens here? Firstly, it check condition. Which condition we will talk about how to give conditions here. Okay. So firstly, it will check conditions here. Okay. If our condition is true here, and the conditions can also be false, so we take the false also. So if the condition is false here, what will happen? If the condition is false here, the loop will get terminated. Loop will get terminated, and program ends. Okay. So right here, loops terminated. Okay. What if the condition is true here? if the condition is true here. Okay, so let's take here with a true condition. So with a true condition here, it will going to execute the code written in the block. What we have written in this, we have written to print Python. We can write multiple things here also. Okay. So firstly, it will try to execute the code between this block. So here it will execute code. Okay. Now execute. Okay. Then after executing the code, it again checks the condition here. Okay. Then it again checks the condition here, and this cycle like goes till the condition is become false. So this is how it is work actually, the loop control flow. Okay. So now you know how loops work. Let's do a mini activity about the loops. So what if you write to print your name 100 times? What will you do? You will do by individual typing print, or you will do by loop. You will loop by loop only. Okay. So that's the main like advantage of using a loop. For its real life importance, it is every modern programming language supports loops like Python, Java, C++, and JavaScript, CS everywhere. So let's take a quick recap what we have learned just a few minutes ago. So here just we talk about what are loops. There are three different types of loops. However, here also one type of, but like basic I have given to you. Okay. So it is a programming structure that allows us to execute the same block of code multiple times. Okay. When we talk about the three different types of loops, also we have learn how to like how does loop work actually by the help of flowchart. Firstly, the program will start. It will check conditions. Then, if the condition is true, then it will execute true code and comes to again checking the condition. If the false, the loop terminated and program got ended here. Okay. So now we understand why loops are needed. It's time to write our first program for the loop. Okay. So firstly, we talk about a while loop. So first type of loop we'll learn about while loop here. Okay. So let's write here while loop. So let's talk about what is a while loop here. Okay. So this loop repeatedly executes a block of code as long as the condition remains true. Okay. Like the simple loop where as long as the condition remains true, it will execute. Okay. So the moment the condition becomes false, it stops automatically. So for the syntax part, we can write here. We will write here while firstly. You know while it is a keyword here. Okay. Then we'll write our condition here. Like what is the condition? And we will like here our write our like block of code. We have to repeat block of code or executable instructions. Okay. So if this condition remains true, then this block of code will run. If they, when will this become false, it stops running the block of code and the loop will get terminated. Here we also use the colon as the starting of the block and indentation too also here. Okay. So firstly, I talk about this here. We mostly take a iterate variables and iterate through it. Okay, like any variable. Mostly we like here I. Okay, I is equal to any variable. I you can write here 0, 1. Okay, anything, and we increase this variable too. Otherwise, we will get our infinite loop problem. Okay, so firstly, let's write our first loop. And our task of writing our first loop is to like or check we will do later. We will just write print numbers from 1 to 5. So our task is to print the number from 1 to 5. So we will write while here. Now what condition I should have put here? Firstly, we also took a variable. You know this variable. I will took here I is equal to like 0 or 1 I should take. Okay. So our condition here is while I should be less than, you can say, 6 or 5. We have to print 5, so we will say right here 6. While I is greater than 6, what should I do? Firstly, I will write here the colon, then I will take a indentation here, one tab indentation, as you know. Okay. Then I will write here print simply I. Okay. Now, what will I do? I will also here increase the I. So what I will do here, I will use here your uh, addition comparison operator. No, I will write here I plus a is equal to 1. So it will increase the value of I by 1 and store the value of I in this. Okay. So if I run it here, you can say our whole numbers have been printed here. If I zoom it a little bit, you can see here number 1 to 5 are printed here. Okay. So how it is actually working here? Okay, we are taking an external variable I here, then increasing it, and then printing this I variable only. What if I change? Let's firstly understand this. Okay, so I copy this and paste it here. So firstly, what is happening here? To Python file firstly assigns this one to this I. Okay, then the while loop here checks whether is I is less than 6. For the first time here, the value of I will be if we are running it for the like first iteration. You can say if I take in technical terms for the first iteration here, if I write here for first iteration, what is happening here? It will for the first iteration, it will check whether the I value of I here is less than 6 hours only. So it will give true here. So if the condition is true here, then it will print I here. So what will be printed? So in first direction, firstly it will check here like will check I is smaller than 6, or we can say 1 is smaller than 6. So it will pass through here, passes through, and our then the print I block of print I statement will execute, and or you can say here print I or print 1, because the value of I is print, and then here will be it will 1 here. Okay, then after that what it will do, it will increase the value of I by 1, or you can write in simple terms. If you are get confusing by this comparison operator, you can write it I is equal to I plus 1. So okay, so it is increasing, firstly increasing the value of I by 1, and then assigning it into the I variable only. So it will increase the value of I is equal to I plus 1. So this happens for the whole iteration, first iteration. Okay, firstly it will check, then it passes through, and it will print I here. And here value of I here is 1. So we can write here 1 also, but we will use this, so I will not writing. Then for the second condition again, it will check the while condition here. So for the second condition, if I try to copy this, just okay. Now if I try to paste here, so for the second iteration here, what will happen? Here we have our second iteration, and here it will check whether I is smaller than 6 or not. But here the value of I will be 2 here, because it was increased by this. Okay, so definitely it will pass this through, and it will definitely print I, and here the value of I, that is 2, will become 3. So this will happen for the all iteration. Then after that, here comes an iteration, you can say. So after some time an iteration will come here, or you can say like if I write here the third iteration also, I think you already understand what is happening here, so no need to waste time on this. Or should I write here? When no, if I not write, some will get confused here. Okay. So now here I will edit this. Here it is our third iteration. Here our value of I is 3, because it was increased by this. Okay. I should also write what is the current value of I here. Here the I will be here. Now I is equal to 2 here. Then here I is equal to 3 here, and here the value of I would be 4 here. Okay. So till third iteration, we will get our value of I would be 4. Firstly, no. No, it will print 1, and it will print here 2. I forgot to edit, and it will print here 3. Okay. Now for our fourth iteration here is our fourth. We will get the value of I, which is actually 4 here, and it will pass this 2 definitely, because it is smaller than 6, and we will write here print I, which is 4 here. and the value of it will increase, and we will write here I is equal to 5 here. Then for the next iteration. Okay. So for our fifth iteration, what will happen here? I value is now 5 here, and it is passed through definitely, and I will write here print 5, and now our value of I will become to increase to 6. So here I would be 6 here. Now for the last iteration, as you all know, the value of I 6 now it will pass false. So for the last iteration here, I will write here 6. It will pass false here, and none of this will get run because the condition false, and the loop will got terminated here. So here our loop will get terminated. We will let your loop terminated. So this is how the whole while loop work with the of this program. Now I think you clearly understand what is happening here in the background for the while loop. Okay, let's just highlight this. So okay. Now we can do it up one more way also. Here, writing the condition is smaller than 6. We can write here I should be smaller or equal to 5 here. We can write this only. It will also work the same here. If I run this, you can get the same output here. Okay, so by this also we can do this. Now let's come to our second questions. And our second question is here. It is our first question. You know, so I can write here question one. Okay. So for our next program, we have to write what we have to write. So we have to print Python 5 times, but with the help of while loop. So let's just write here print Python 5 times. So what will I do here? Now after writing this count equal to 1, I will check whether, because I have to write 5 times, I will check whether the value of count is smaller or equal to 5 or not, because I am going to increase that. Okay, then I will put the indentation mark here and leave some indentation for that colon mark and indentation here. Then here I will write here print Python, and I will write here count is equal to count plus 1. Okay, so now let's run this program. You can say the Python is printed 5 times. What if I write this and above this, will my code run 5 times? You 2, 3, 4, 5. You can see it is definitely working here, whether it is right below or above. Okay, so we can write it in the another way also. Here we are adding it. What if we have to decrease it? So I can write here 5 also, and I can add the value of count. should be greater or equal to like 1, and we have to write minus this. This should also work. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Python can 5 times. So you can do it either way, either like by decreasing or increasing. It is up to your choice. Okay. It only checks the condition here, whether this condition I should put it in the bracket. So oh shit. So it is here. It checks this condition. If this condition is true, then only the code will run here. Okay. So now our third program, third exercise is to like make a count down here. Okay. So let's just make a countdown. It is also easy, not that hard. Let's just we will take here firstly count, and for the count on initial value would be 5 here, and we will just do decrease that here. Okay. And while the count is greater equal to or 0, we should also write, because in countdown we will also write 0. So greater equal to 0 here. I will write here print count and decrease the value of count by 1. Okay, same in that case, but here our goal is to write Python, and here it is goal to write count because we are decreasing it. So if I run this, you see 543210, our counter has been written up. Okay, so easy program. As I already told you, here we have taken the 5 as the initial value, then we have decreasing it. Till then, our condition becomes false. Till then, the value of count here becomes. If I like undo this, if I try to print the value of count here, okay. So can you guess it the value of count? What will be call the value of count here? So we should write here current value. Okay. So if I run this again. So you see the current value of -1 of count. So that's why -1 is not greater than 0. That's why the condition becomes false here, and the block of code is not executed here. Okay. So for the example 4 here, what we have to do, we have to write a table of 2 here. We say print the table of 2. Okay. We have to print the table of 2. So firstly I write here. So as you already know, we have to print like this, like 2 into 1 equals 2. Like this way we have to print the table. So firstly for this one, we will take I variable. Like if I take I is equal to 1 here, then we will put a condition while the I should be smaller than or smaller equal to 10 here. Okay. After that, I will write here print. What will I print here? First I'll print here 2 because the table of there is a table, it is a table of 2, so I will write here 2. Then what will I write here? Then I will write here the ri variable. After that I will write here the equal to, and after that I will write here the multiplication of 2 into I. Okay, 2 for this because it is constant here, not means I have taken a string. I is changing, so I have taken the I variable. Equal to is not changing, so I write here equal to. And here we write the multiplication of 2 into I, which is our actually output of the table here. And after that, we will increase the value of I by I plus 1 here. Okay, so let's just run this and see our output. You can see here, if I you're not run again here. Okay, we have left the multiplication thing here. So I will write here x all. Now let's just run this again. Now you can see that, oh shit, another mistake. We have to write here I not 1. Okay, so let's run this again. Now you can see that we get our whole table of 2 printed here. Okay, 2 1 the 2, 2 4 6 8. Okay, so by this you can print the whole table of 2 here. Okay, it's very easy, not that hard. If you are understanding the flow, where how does loop works with, as I told you here, the while loop, how it works. So you can really understand. First, we will check condition whether the I is smaller than 10 or not. If it's true, then it will give a code. What is our code? Our code is to print this. Okay, so it is not like very hard. It's easy. Okay, so by this I can say that the updation of value here is like a very important thing here to do. As if you not update this here, if I remove this, what it will happen? The our loop will run infinitely. You can see it is running infinitely, not it is like not stopping. So please don't do this. It is very bad. That's why we here update it, because if the value of I will not update, then it will be always smaller than 10 only. That's why it is better to update the value. Now let's just come to some beginner mistakes people do while writing the while loops here. So first mistake I already told you, people forget to update the variable. Okay. Secondly, if they forgot to update, what will happen? An infinite loop occurs, and it is very harmful. Also, if you like keep do not stop it, it will completely fail your system, and your system will crash at the end. Okay. So mistake two here is people write the wrong condition here. Give us this. Okay. Like here, if I write here, I want to like print the count 5 times. If I write here count is equal to 10 or 1, then I will write here while count is smaller than 5 or equal to smaller equal to 5 or greater equal to 5, then I will write here print. So here I have written the wrong condition because the value of I is not smaller than 1, smaller than 5 here. Value of count here is smaller than 5. So here it is the condition of the first here is to like the value is bigger than 5. So this loop will never execute. So it is wrong here. Okay. So you should avoid these mistakes here. Now for the third mistake, people who offers incorrect indentation. I think there is no need to tell what is indentation here. Incorrect indentation. Okay. So now let's just do a mini activity here. So for the mini activity, what you have to do here, I'm like writing a code and you have to predict the output here. So here x is equal to 3 and while x is smaller equal to 5, what you have to do, you have to print x here and I'm increasing the value of x by 1. So here you have to predict the output here. So let's just run this in a code and I hope you have predicted right it. So after I paste it in the VS Code and just run this, you can see our answer is 345 as the x value is 3 and x condition is also true here as x is smaller than 5. Then it will write the value of x which is 3 here, then it will update by 1, the value of x is 4, then again it will check condition and then like it is worked till then the value of x becomes 6 here. That's why it is printing 345. So it is how it is working. Okay. Now for the real life application, I should tell you the loop are commonly used when we don't know exactly how many times, like specifically while loops. We use when we don't know exactly how many times something needs to be repeated. Like ETM asking for the correct pin. So till then the ETM asks for the correct pin. So we write a condition. It will ask for the correct pin till the user enters the correct pin. Okay. Login waiting for correct password, downloading program until it reaches 100. Okay. So that's why here we don't know the ending condition. That's why I use while loop here. Okay. So let's just take a bit recap of our while loop here, so you can't get confused. So basically, while loop repeatedly executes a block of code as long as the condition remains true here. It is the syntax of the while loop here. Okay. Then I give you one question to print numbers from 1 to 5 here, and I have also told you that what is how the loop is working here. Okay. So then we have write our code to print Python 5 times, make a table count, and write a table of two. Okay, make a countdown. We have done here all, as you can see here, Python programming here. We have written how to print to 5. Then we have print Python here, and we have also print this program also. After that, we have written the value of table of two also. Okay, and this mini practice activity here. So now you know how to create and use while loop. However, Windows often makes one mistake that they cause program to run forever. And so we will understand also how infinite loops work and how to avoid these infinite loops also. So the infinite loops happens because the updation condition here. If you not write this updation condition, the value of x will not update and the condition will remain always true. So that's why value happens all over here because of these conditions. So let's come to a topic why infinite loops. So let's understand infinite loops in details. So what are infinite loop firstly? So we can write a definition. It is a loop that never stops executing. Because why it never stops executing? Because the condition remains always true here. Like you can take example here. If an engine of fan is related to electricity, as long as the switch is on, then the same is reporting. Okay, if the switch turned off, then the condition becomes false and the fan will turn off. So for the example session, we can write here L. Here we are firstly write a correct loop here. So if I take count is equal to 1 here firstly, and I write here while count is smaller equal to 5, and I should print count here and then updates the value of count by 1. Okay, so what output I will get here? So for the output part I will get here firstly I will get here your 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, and then the loop will get terminated. Okay, so this is our, you can say, a correct loop here. So how it becomes infinite? Just let's also see here how it becomes infinite. So what if I write the same thing here? Count is equal to 1 while while count is smaller equal to 5. Print. So here I have removed one line. What line I have removed here? I have removed here this line, updation line here. So now what will be our output here? So our output would be here like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, like this infinitely. It will come one here only. Okay, this is our output of the infinite loop here. Okay, so here the one is always smaller than 5, that's why it is always executing here. Okay, so the other way of writing, you can say the while loop is here. Like if I take example 3 here, the main thing that the condition should remain true always for the value. So here I will write true only, and I will print here Python. So it is always true. No need. If I put updation here, what should I update? So that's why it will run always infinitely. Okay. So actually, you can think why I'm telling you how to make the while loop here. So actually, there is a like you can say use of writing the infinite loop like using true, because programmers often use this while true but writes a condition here to break through this loop by using the break keyword. We will talk about this later. Okay, so if I want to like break here, if I just tell you for the, if I write here break, what will happen now? The program will run only first time. Let's go into our code editor here, and if I write here, then you can say it will write Python here. Okay, so it is actually working one time. We can also make it if I write here y is equal to 0, and if I write here if I is equal to greater or smaller than 5 and update that in the if condition, then it can also work like a normal while loop. Okay, so it is used mostly here. That's why I've told you how to make while infinite loops are made here. So what other mistakes people do here? If I take another example here, people updates in the wrong way, and right here, and if I write here while count is smaller equal to 5, print count. Here is everything is right here. But people write often here count is equal to count minus 1. So here the value of count is just decreasing and is always be, will be like smaller than 5 only. So here our value will be uh, 0 minus 1, then like this only, minus 1 then minus 2, because it is always smaller than 2, so it is also a infinite loop here. So now just discuss some of the methods, so you can identify infinite loops in your code and you can debug them. So for identifying, let's say how to identify infinite loops. For the identifying, you should ask the question: does the loop variable change in? The second question you ask to yourself: will the condition become false or not at a point of time? Okay, then you should also is the updation is going in a right direction or not. So as I already told you how to stop these loops, you can pull out the terminal and the program will stop there. So for the real life examples, imagine you are at an ATM and the software keeps asking you enter your PIN here. So until the correct PIN is entered, the software will keep us enter your PIN, enter your PIN. So if your PIN is 1234, and if you write to 1T, so it will like give you the loop your PIN is wrong and you should write it another time. So how it is correct? Like if I show you a demo here. So firstly, it will check Like the first, write the correct pin here, which is stored. Then a wrong pin, that is this. So while the pin, we have previously write nothing in pin. The value of pin is false here. If pin is not equal to correct pin. So in that condition, what we will do? We will pin is equal to input. We will enter the value in the pin here, and we will let here enter pin. Then you can add a condition here. If pin is double equal to correct pin, then write here right here pin access granted. Okay. So if I try to run this, firstly I will ask to run pin. I will write some nothing. It will firstly enter pin. I will add equal to. So here I will add 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So you can say it was the exit granted here. So you can see it will run till then. I'll add the correct pin. Okay. So this is the, you can say, use case of these infinite loops. So now let's discuss about the bigger mistakes people do while writing these loops. Why these loops? Okay. So begin mistakes. There are mistake one here is forgetting the update the loop variable, the loop update condition. Okay. So variable main thing the value is second, writing the wrong updation condition. For third, updating the wrong variable also. If you update a wrong variable, it is also wrong. So let's do a mini practice activity here. You have to predict the output here. So for that, so I have here I am taking serial to 10. I am writing while x is greater than 0, print x here and at x is equal to x minus 2. So it is a infinite loop or not? So it is definitely not an infinite loop because we are decreasing the value of x by 2 and eventually the value will become minus 2 and the loop will stop here. So if I write here this and run this and say 10, 8, 2, 6, 4, 2, okay? So it will pause when the value of will become 0 because 0 can't be greater than 0. Now, what if I write the same program like this, but in place of x is equal to x minus 2, I write here plus. So now it is a infinite loop or not? It is definitely a infinite loop here. Okay. So now let's come to real life applications. So like game engines running in physical exist where servers waiting for incoming requests, shared servers listening for new messages. Like these are examples of use of these infinite loops. So let's take a quick recap about the infinite loops. So these are the loops that never stops executing because the conditions remain always true here. For this example, I can give you here. It is right. Program. But if I remove that wait condition here, the R loop will become infinite loop. Same here also. If we remove the break here, we will start the break afterwards. Now to identify loops, get the loop variable set. These questions you should ask yourself whether the condition is false or not at a point of time. If the updation is going in the right direction or if you're updating the correct thing or not. Okay. These are some beginner mistakes. For example, loop update the loop variable, write a wrong update prediction, update the wrong variable. Here we have done some mini practice activity. So this is very easy. Loops are not that hard. Okay. If you are understanding its flow. So now we understand what infinite loops are, why they occur, and how to avoid them. In the next session, we will learn another powerful looping structure in Python called the for loop. It is often simpler when we know the number of repetitions in advance. Like we know how much times the loop should like occur or not. Okay. So for the for loop section, so we saw in the while loop that when a program should continue running as long as the condition remains true. In the while loop, what happens? It sets the condition. If the condition is true, then only the block of code will run, otherwise it is not. So, but what if we already know till how many times we have to repeat the loop? So, in that, we use another type of loop here called the for loop. So, it is most one of the most frequently used loop in Python programming. So, let's just put a heading here of for loop. For loop. So, I can write here uh, for loop is used to repeat a block of code, a specific number of times. We know how much time we have to repeat. Like if you unlock your phone and you write your wrong pin, then after 4 or 5 tries, it gives an error. Try again after 30 seconds. So you did written here like only loop it for 5 seconds. So the number of time. Okay. Now, so for here, Python like manually update a variable. Like if we are manually updating a variable in a while loop, Python in this for loop, Python automatically update this. Okay. So why should we use a for loop? Question arises. We use for loop where you know the number of repetitions. You want to process a list of items. You want to print numbers in a range like from 5 to 6. Oh, sorry, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 1 to 20. Okay. So firstly, our syntax of writing these loops here is we will write here the for variable, the variable which we want to update in sequence. Now you're thinking about a sequence here. For your understanding, right here range function, and we give our initial value, and after comma we write the ending value. And here we write our code. So here for starts the loops variable to the current value during each iteration, and in spreads the variable to the sequence, or you can say the range function. I'm not talking about the sequence, we will talk it later. Okay. So let's do our first for loop program here. So we have to print numbers from 1 to 5. Print numbers 1 to 5. So what I will write here, I will write here for. Then the variable I take, like suppose I, then in I will write here, and then I will write here range. Here I will write here what? I can simply write here 5 only. Although I can write here 1 to 6, but I will tell you why I am writing 6. Suppose I write here 5. Now, so what if I run this? I will get a little bit different output. If I write here print I, if I run this, I will get a little bit different output here. So if I run this, you can see our output is we should get 1 2 3 4 5. We are getting our output is 0 1 2 3 4. So why it is happening? So I will take a quick review about this. We will also study a range function later. So here range function, what it is do? It starts its counting from 0 and doesn't include this value in its counting. Okay. So here it is take 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4. Okay. That's why we are getting 1 2 3 4. For getting 5, 1 2 3 4 5 6, we will write here for I in range. I will write here firstly 1 because the instant value is 1 and ending value is 5. That's why we will write 6 here. Because I already told you it does not include the last value here. Okay. I can write here print. I if I copy this and paste this here, you can see here if I try to run this, I will get another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I can also do by the this method also. If I write 5 here and if I write here print I plus 1, so I can also write this. It will also give the same output. Okay. So it depends on to you how you write the things here. Okay. So here, what is happening here? If I copy this, or it is already there. So firstly, what is happening here in this loop? For the primary return for I in range 1 to 6. So here I is a loop variable. Like in while loop, we take this x as a uh, outer variable here. So here I is this variable here. Okay. Then this is a range function. So it's we will talk about this later in detail. It is a function that generates numbers starting from 1 to ending before 6. Internal is to 6 here. Okay. So the Python is 1 2 3 4 5. For the line 2 we are writing print 1 and we are updating by 1. Its range function also updates the value by 1 also. Okay. What if I write here print 1, so I will get a double value. If I write I is equal to I plus 1, then I will get 1 2 3 4 5. Oh, it doesn't affect us. It means if I use I in this function, then our value of I will be not printed. As if I write here print and I write here I, then what should it go to the output then? If I run this, then to give him the output as 5, but it will not increase as we can increase in this. Okay, but I can write increase the value of here I by 22. Okay, now by using this method, arrange method, we will do our second example. So for the example to what we are trying to do, we will write here to print welcome to Python. How many times? 5 times we have to print welcome to Python. So what will I do here? If I have to print 5 times, we will definitely take for I in range. And I can write simply 5 here. Okay. If I write a print Python or you have to write welcome to Python. Python. Okay. If you run this, it is like printing 5 times. But you have said that you told us that it will come to 4. So if it's not including 5, it will come to 4. So you can also get it is starting from 0. That's why it is 25 times. If you like take 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will also write here the value of I, then you can simply take 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So here 0, 1, 2, there are 5 iterations now. Here we don't need the value of I here from starting to a particular number. That's why we can simply take right here 5 also. Okay. Now here our goal is to print even numbers. So what will we do here? Our next is to print even numbers. So how you can print it? There are many ways to print that. So like in here we are how we will print like with the help of for loop and read function. So I can write here for I in range. Now here we will starting the value of from 2 because 1 is not a number here, well, even number here. It is odd number. So the first even number is 2. And when we have to like print even numbers from till 10, you can say I can write it till 10. 10 is included also here. We will write here 11 also, 11 here because 11 will not be included. So if I print directly this, you know what will happen if I print I. So what will happen? It will like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It will like from 2 to 10 ordinary numbers. But we not even. But we know even run comes like consecutively, like 2, 3 not is an odd number, then 4. So it comes one after another, not consecutive. It just comes after one after another. Like one will be that, 2 will be even number, then another will be odd, then even, then odd, then even. So here we can write here 2 also. Okay, as you can only say the VS Code center start. Okay, first start, then stops, then other is step here. Okay, the last value, like how much it's a step up. Firstly, it is stepping one only. We are getting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I write as 2 here, it will add here basically. It update the value of I by 2 here. Okay, so if I now run this, we say our answer will 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So it is how exactly it was. We got here three values. Firstly, our initial value, then our ending condition, before ending condition, and our step value. Okay. Now here I have also written a definition about the sequence also when I am writing about the here. I have roughly write a sequence. So you know what is sequence? So as you can already know, our string is a sequence here. A list is also there, but we have not studied list, so I'm not talking about that also. So if I take a string also, and our task is like if I take this string is Python, and our task is to write the like every letter of this Python. So what will we do? So we will write here. We will take like write here for letter. Here letter is a variable. Here you can write anything with this letter in which sequence is str. Okay, and what we will write here? Print letter. Okay, so here I take str is equal to input. Also, we can't take str. Str is a keyword here. Like here, we take string str1. We can take str1. We will take here integer, not integer, normal input. Right here and here the string. Okay, so if I try to run this, so the word is the word we will enter here. We will get this like its all letter will be displayed here. So if I try to run this, it would access the string. I will write here and string like Python here. And if I write print enter, we say it told me all letters of Python T Y T H O N. Okay, it all there's all the letters of Python here. So Here STR is the sequence of here. Sequence of what? Sequence of letters you can say. Letters or numbers. And so this here again you can do it here. You can also see here one thing if you like. If I write here Q space H space. So what will be the letters? If I run this, if I write here P Y U and then enter this. So you can say first it run to you, then it also gives the space also because here space is also a string here and here too up to 4K. That's why it will give you space. The motive of this program to tell you that it also requires space also a like you can say part of a string, single part. Now let's just do a differentiate between while loop and for loop. Okay, so so let's take here firstly while loop, then we'll take here for loop. So in the while loop, for stopping it, it uses a condition here to terminate the loop. It uses sequence or range function we can say. Uses sequence or range. Okay. Now for the second thing in while loop that is manual update is needed. You have to manually update. But here with range function we have automatic updation. Okay. So when it is best to use while loop here? So while loop is used when repetitions are known to us, and for loop is used, or you can say when repetitions are known. So while loop can easily become infinite here, but it is less likely to become infinite for become infinite. It's a bit difference between while loop and for loop here. Okay. So let's take a real life examples. Like imagine a teacher checking homework. So instead of writing checks 21, checks 22, checks 23. So it can write the checking the homework of common IS. If I is write a sequence in a string, if we take however it is more good to take in a list also. But if we take the sequence as like in the string, and he write the name as among the and the okay, you can say that. Now let's come to order some of the beginner mistakes here. So step one is here for getting the colon after the range function. It is like the common mistake people do in like if else or while loop or for loop. Then wrong second beginner mistake is like wrong indentation. You have to give indentation after the range function. Then third here is to expecting that if I write here range 5, so the initial value would be 0. Actually, it will be initial value 1. Actually, it will be 0 here. Okay, let's come to our next mini practice activity here. So, in this practice activity, I am writing a program like for I in range 3. And I am writing here print Python. Now you have to tell me how much time Python will get executed. It will be 2 times or 3 times. I'll give you two options also. And you have to also tell me the value of I per particular iteration. Okay, let's run this in our VS Code. If I try to run this, you will see first it will run Python 3 times, and the value of the first iteration, the value of here I is 0, then 1, then 2 here. So the use of this for loop variation, the you can say real world applications are like reading files line by line, displaying products in an online shopping app, processing database records, sending emails to multiple users, machine learning data sets, image processing, data analysis, and automation scripts. Now let's just take a quick recap of this for loop here. So a for loop is used to repeat a block of code a specific number of times. Means here it uses specific number of times to repeat the code. Like here we take the syntax of this code, this for loop that here we take for a variable in range and then initial value, or we take a sequence like a string list. Okay, we will study list afterward. Let's take a string here. Then if I try to print number 1 to 5, I can take print for I in range 1 to 6 and print I. Here, if I only take 5, then I have to plus 1 here. Okay. Then second, we have done the question to print welcome to Python 5 times. Why? How we have done this? By writing this only. Okay. Then we have to print even numbers till 10. We have also done this by writing a step here. Remember this. Writing begins like a step here. Okay. Then we have also written the letters in the sequence. That is a string here. So we have taken a string or one as an input. And I print the for letter in str print letter. So it is printed the letter for me. Okay. Then we have also talked about the difference between the while loop and for loop. Like the while loop uses a condition, for loop uses sequence or range, while loop manual update needed, and automatic updation needed for loop. Okay, while loop and repeaters are known to us, we use and for loop we use when repeaters are known and less likely to become infinite. And when known here, and it easily becomes infinite while loop, but for loop is less likely to become infinite here. Okay. Then we talked about some of the beginner mistakes here that forwarding the code are wrong indentation or to expect that it will initially it would start with one, it start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and also dot return 0, 5. And we have done some mini practice activity here. Okay, that's all for this for while loop. Now you know how to use the for loop, but one important question is still remains: what exactly is range function? We will now study the range in detail and how it generates numbers. So let's come to our next topic, which is the range function here. Range function. Okay. So we previously used range function many times in the for loop, but what exactly it is range function? Where does number comes from? Why does range five is, start from 0 to 4 instead of 1 to 5? Why it is like that? So we will in this topic we will answer all these questions of yours. So firstly, let's talk about range function in detail. What is it? Okay. So it is a function. We will study function details. You know functionality as a block of code pre-written. We will use it can use multiple times. So it is a function that generates a sequence of numbers. Okay, and for loop uses these numbers one by so it is already it is work inside the for loop. You can think it is a machine that creates numbers for each loop to use. Okay. So for the range syntax, how parameters will come, we will also talk it. I will add range function like this. If you like, here it is a start, then here it is stop condition, and here is a step condition. Okay. So what is start here actually? So start is the it is a number from where thing begins. Then stop. It is a number from where till the counting ended. Okay. Here the number is not included. Here stop value not included. You should remember this. It is important. Now the step one. So it is the amount by which the value changes after each iteration. So it has three types of forms here. Okay. So the first one is our form one, which is only written one value here. So here if I write only here for I in range, I then print. So our output will be here 0, 2, not 2, 1, 3, not 3, 2, 3, and if I write here one parameter, then the function default it takes the default value as default initial value as 0 and take this value as ending value and the step value it also takes as default as 1. So you can say that here, here what is happening? Here start value is 0, end value is equal to 5 and step value equal to 1. Okay, so you can ask why it is 11.5. So here 5 is not included. I already told you that's why it has done take 5 here. Now we talk about our form 2 here. Range, start, stop, for I 1 comma 6. If I take this example here for printing 5, then I write here print I. So here our output will be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So here, what is happening here? Our start value here is 1, and the value here is what 6, and stay value is by default here is 1. Okay, so this is the form 2 here. Here it includes 5 because we take the 6 here. Okay, now our final form of this range function, it is range start, stop, and step. Okay, we will go through here. So right if I write for I in range 2 comma 11 right after I here. So here our output would be 4 comma 6 here, 8 here, then 10 here. It is basically printing even number here. So here Uh, the start value is 2 and 11 and step value is 2. These are the three forms of the range functions. Here the step is W1 to that between all numbers, even numbers. So let's take examples of using range functions here. So for the example one, our task is to like print odd numbers from 10. So how will I write here? I will write here that for I in range, firstly I will write here 1, then I will write here 10, then I will write here 2, then I will write here print I here. So let's run it here. Our initial value is 1, ending value is 10, and step value is 2. So we get only odd numbers here. If I run it, we get our output as 1, 3, 5, 7, 8. These are the odd numbers. So here we can do this like this. For the example 2 here, we have to like make a countdown with like, okay. So what will we do here? A little bit interesting for I write for I in range. I can write here 1, not 1. You start from 10. Countdown now it is like decreasing order, and our initial value would be we'll say -1 because I want to take the till 0 the countdown, and our step value would also be -1. Okay, because we are taking a decrease. Okay, so what yeah, you can also take that the step value can also be in -1. I'll let here print and let here I then I will run that. We see we get our output 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so by this you can print the counter also. Now our example 3, we have to like same, but here where our step value should be. So we'll take here like initial value as 20 and step here should be -5 for this type of countdown here. So if I write here for in a range, I will write here 20 initial value, then I will write here till -1 and or it will be -5 here. Then if I print I here 20, 15, 10, 5, 0. Okay, so you can do this how much level you want, how to do that you can do this. So let's come to some of the beginner mistakes here. So for beginner mistakes, tell that one mistake is So here, like expecting range 5 will give sequence from 1 to the bigger mistake people do here. Okay. For the second way, actually it gives from 0 to 5, 0 to 4, sorry. The second mistake, that forgetting the step value. By default, the step value is 1 here. So if you want to print the even number and if you forget the step value, the answer would be from 2 to 10. Okay. The step value. Then 3 is the wrong direction. Wrong by what does that mean? Here if you write here for I in range and write here 10 comma 1 comma minus, it is right. No problem in that. But if I write here 1 comma 10 comma minus 1, then it is wrong here. Okay. So you should also remember this also. So let's now come to a mini practice activity. Here you have to print the output. Okay. For I 3 print I. So what will be output here? So our output here like less than this, and you should guess whether it is correct or not. I should write here colon. I put it 0, 1, 2 because here 3 is a random value, we will not include that, and default value of start will be 0 and step value will be 1 here by default. Now for the program 3 we should take here like for I in a range 5 comma 9 and I. So what will be the value here? Let's just copy paste this, paste this and run here. See 5, 6, 7, 8 here because here start value is 5 and ending value here 9 here. The step value is 1 by default. For the next value for I in range here, we can write here 2 comma 12 comma 3 and have to write print I here. Then I will run this and your answer will be 2587. Why? Because our starting value is 2 here, ending value is 12, but our step value is 3. That's why it is getting 2 then 5, giving a gap of 3 here. So these are our mini practice activity here. discuss some of the so that discuss some of the real world applications of this range function. So it is commonly used for printing tables, processing to rows in spreadsheet, repeating tasks, running simulations, and helping like this. So let's just take a quick recap of this range function here, how it is work. So, so it is a function that generates a sequence of numbers, and for loop is used to like use these numbers one by one. Then we have a syntax of this range function. There are three parameters: start, stop, and step. The start it is a number from where counting begins. Stop where the counting ends, and the stop value is not included here. Step it is the amount by which the value changes after each iteration. Then there are three forms of this range function. The form one is only writing stop condition here. Here these are the values of start, end, and step value because but these two will be taken as default and end value will be 5 here. And in the form 2 where at 1 comma 6 then our start value 1 and end value will be 6 but step value will be taken as default by 1. Now for the form 3 range our start value is we give it three all three parameters start 11 2 11 and 2. So here our output will be 2 4 6 8 because we have given step value 2 here. Now for the example one we have to print odd numbers here countdown with range. Here you can see that with the range countdown we have here used -1 as a step because you have to like move in decreasing order. Okay. Now we take some of the beginner mistakes here like expecting range 5 will sequence from 1 to 5 it is from 0 to 4. You already know putting the step value writing wrong direction here as I told you writing 10 comma 1 comma -1 is right but if you write the 1 comma 10 it will increase it should be plus 5 no plus 1 not -1. Then I have given you three questions to predict the output of the main practice activity here. So first is for I in range 3. Okay. To print I, so answer will be 0, 1, 2. For 5, comma 9, answer will be 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. And for the 2, comma 12, it will print with 2 to till 11 with the 3 as a like gap in between. Okay. So we now understand how the read function works in read sequence of numbers. But sometimes while a loop is running, we may want to stop it early, skip particular iteration, or make a placeholder for future code. So we can also do this by our three keywords that is break, continue, and pass. Okay. So in next topic we'll learn all these three keywords here. So your homework is to write the numbers from 100 till 10 with the difference of 10 in between. Okay. So in our previous section, we learn about how to use the range function with for loops. Okay, but sometimes while a loop is running, we may want to stop the loop immediately. Stop one particular iteration. Leave a block of code empty for now. Like you have to one condition, but you have to write the logic after some time. Then what will you do here? Because if you feel empty here, then will be error here. So for these all situations, Python provide are three operators, three statements. We call these statements as loop control statements. Okay. So there are three types of statements. First one is your break. It breaks the loop. Second one is continue. It skips a particular iteration. And the third one is pass. It is used like if you want to reserve the space for a particular block and use it for the future use. So let's come to our first break statement here. Break statement. So these break statement are used for exiting a loop immediately. Okay, for example, if I write here for I in range, you already know how to do that. You need use the range function, and I write here if I is equal to 6, double equal to 6, we using comparison operator here. Then what to do here? Then we have to break out of the loop. Okay, after breaking out of the loop, we have to like first run this also only then. If I run this on my code editor here, if I run this particular block of code, you already know how range function works here. Firstly, it starts from 1 and end from it end like till 10 only because 11 is not included here. So if I if I remove this condition, the loop will not break at 6, it will continue till 10 only. But I have written this condition here, so when I will try to run my code here, so if I run my code, you can see here nothing is coming because we are not printing anything. So first also write print here, print I. Okay, now let's run this code. You can see yet we have taken the ending value as 11, so the value of I should be for 10 till 10, but our loop is exiting after 6 because value is not printing after 6. Okay, why it is happening? Because we have put break here. After break, nothing happens. After if I write here like print break statement yet not executed. So you can see that, and here I write break statement is executed. Okay. So if I now run this code, you can see here. Firstly, it is writing till 1, then it is basement is not executed here. After 6, it is written a break as statement is executed at this line. Okay, so by using this, we can successfully exit the loop wherever the condition becomes true. Okay, so it is the main uses of this. Okay, so for the flow chart, you can say that if I like firstly, our loop will run here. After running, it checks whether the value of I is equal to 6. If I is equal to 6, if it is, if the value is true here or value will be false here of this particular condition. So if the value will be false here, then it checks this condition again. This condition. If it is true, then what will happen? Our break statement executes. Okay. So this is how our program is currently working now. Okay. So now let's see some of the real life examples of these break statements. So imagine if you are searching for your friend in a classroom, you check students one by one. As soon as you find a friend, you stop searching. So there is no need to make a check student because they already find your friend. That's how the break works here. Okay. So now let's come to a continue statement. Okay. So it skips the current iteration. Iteration means the current run of the loop and moves to the next iteration. Unlike break, it doesn't stop the loop. Okay. So for example, if I take for in range and 1 comma 6 and then I write that if I is equal to 3 here, then what you should do? You should continue here. And after that, print I. So if I try to write this program in my VS Code, let's just remove this indentation here and comment this. So if I run this, then you can see our outcome is coming till 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 is not coming. Why 3 is not coming? Because we have written a condition here. If a value of I becomes 3, then what you should do? You should continue the statement. That's why we are not printing here. Okay. So comment this also. And so for this, how this continue works, you can say that firstly it will run the code, then then it will check the condition under which our continue is written. Like if our condition here is if I is equal to 3, okay, if our condition becomes true here or our condition becomes false here, if our condition becoming false here, then what will happen? It automatically come to this condition, okay. But when our condition become true here, so what will happen now? So now our continue statement will execute here and continue executed. And what happened? It skips this current iteration. Okay, and skips current iteration. So this is the whole flowchart of our continuous statement. Okay. For the real life examples, if your teacher is checking homework, so the teacher check is in the roll number wise. Okay. So if one student absent, then it doesn't mean that the teacher stop checking the roll number, the homework of the other roll numbers. What happened? The teacher skips the student and move forward to the next student. So here is the real space of the continuous statement. So let's come to our next statement, which is past statement. Past statement. So for what is it used? It actually does nothing because it is used the placeholder for the future. Okay, like for example, if I write here I is double equal to 2, also we have to write here for I 5. Okay, if I is equal to 2, then what should happen? Then pass. Okay, here we write print I. If I run this here, as you can see, let's skip one column. As you can see here, that if I run this, see all numbers are printed from 0 to 4. Nothing is stopping here. But if I remove the pass here, you can see if I doesn't want to put anything in the if block, so it will give me an error. So, but I want to keep the if block, so I will put there pass. Okay, that's the main use of pass here. Okay, for example, also we have not actually studied functions here, but I tell you that's how to make functions. If I write here that and any function name, like if I write here greet, so at currently this moment I don't want to write anything in this function. So if I not do not write anything, it will give an error that is expected in the block. So for this error, I will write here pass. When I will write here pass, then it will not give any error. If I call this function here, like greet, so nothing will happen here also. Because nothing is part in the function. So let us now let us make a differentiate table, or you can say a quick recap of these three, like how these actually work. It's a quick it's a comparison table, you can say. So for the break thing, so break are used for stopping the loop completely. Okay, the continue used for skipping the current iteration. For the pass statement, it actually does nothing. It only acts as a placeholder. Okay, so you can say it is a comparison table of this. Now, for example, let's take an example to understand this all three statements completely. So for our first comparison example, let's take a look for I. I should zoom this for I in range and comma 6 here. Now we are writing here if I is equal to 3, then what should I do here? I should break apart the loop and then when I'm writing print I. Okay, so if I try to execute this, can you predict the output here? So if I try to execute this, our output will be 1 and 2 only because when 3 value comes, the loop got breaking. Okay, comment this and take our next example here. For our next example of the continue, let's take for I in range under loop for 1 comma 6 also. Then what I will do, I will write here if I is equal to 3, then what do? Continue here. Already I will write here print I here. Okay. So let's run this. You can see 1, 2, 4, 5 here comes because at 3 it skips that iteration and will this loop this statement will not run here. Okay. Let's also turn on this and come to our next statement. Like if I write here for I in range of 1 to 2 comma 6 right here is I is equal to 4 here. And what you have to do is write pass here and I. So what will happen here? Let's see this. Say the answer is 2, 3, 4, 5. No cut has been changed. Everything has been done as it is like. Okay. Because it will only act as a placeholder. So no meaning of here any breakage or something. Okay. For the real world examples, ATM exists after the correct pin is enter. Okay. Stop searching once the file is found. We always stop off the break and break end the game when the player wins. For the continue example, we can say that it skips invalid records or processing data. Where the something is like file is corrupted, it will not get that file. Ignore empty lines in a file and save success student during attendance. For the past one, building project step by step, creating empty classes and functions and using it afterwards, and writing basic structure before adding functionality. So for the common beginner mistakes people do in these break statements. So firstly, that mistake people do here, like if I take a mistake one. So people do here what confusing in break and continue. So as I already told, break here is used for stopping the loop and continue used to skip the front action. So don't get confused in this mode. Okay. Mistake two, using past in place of continue. People understand like past will skip the iteration, but it's not true. Actually, continuous skip the iteration. Past will only like use as a placeholder for the future work there. Okay. Mistake people will do that. They forget that the breaks means the entire loop, not just the current iteration on which the condition becomes true and break statement occurs. It breaks the entire loop. Whatever the iteration current is, it doesn't require to depend on the iteration. So for the mini programming practice activity, I will write some programs here and you have to predict the output. Okay, let's write in our code editor. So what if I write here for I in range 1 comma 6 here and 100 write if I is double equal to 4 and write break here and then I write a print I. So what will happen? Can you guess the output? So let's run this. The answer is 1, 2, 3. Why answer is 1, 2, 3 here? The answer is 1, 2, 3 because our loop successfully run from 1 to 3 and after when the 4 comes it breaks the entire loop. Okay? For the program to write here for I in range 1 comma 6 I will write here if I is double equal to 4 we are taking same as well because it will get continue or get confused then I will write here print and write here I. So can you get the current output here? Here, our current output 1, 2, 3, 5. Why 4 is not there? Because when the value of I becomes 4, the continuous statement occurs and skips the particular current for that particular iteration there. Now takes our another and write for the pass first. Pass using pass statements for like for I in range here and I write here 1 comma 4. Then if I write here if I is double equal to 2, then we'll write here pass here and write here print I. So if I run this now, the answer 1 to 3. No problem, 1 till 3. No use of like any breakage or because of pass. Pass is just for here, we don't have to do anything. Okay? If I write below break after pass, can you tell what will happen here? Let's run this program also. The answer is 1 here. Okay? So we can write other thing before pass also. If I write here print I, then 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay? First 2 is printed 2 times. So these are the like credit the output questions for the break, continue, and pause. So let's take a quick recap of these loop control statements. Okay, it was a very small topic, so no need to stress that. So we started our from here. Uh, as we know that loop control statements are break, continue, and pass. So firstly, we discuss about the break statement that these break statements are used for editing a loop immediately. Okay, here we have taken an example also. With the help of range function, I have written from 1 to 11, and if the value becomes of ideal, the algebra will break here. I have also tried to understand it by this flowchart. Then I have used the continue statement for what it skips the current iteration and moves to the next iteration. Okay, so here it is giving the I is equal to 3 iteration here, and then continuing, then printing when I is not equal to 3 here. Okay, so I have also told you with the help of this flowchart that for the past statement, it actually do nothing. It is only a placeholder for the future work. Okay, so now you know how to control the flow of loop using break, continue, and pass. Now we will learn about the nested loops that we are running. We have also learned about the nested if else less if like that we are using nested loops, loop inside loop. Okay, this is used for getting pattern printing, multiplication, tables, matrices, real world problems. Okay, so before that I ask you a question, simple question from these loop control statement. Like suppose you are checking 100 exam papers, and if you find the paper you are looking for and want to stop search immediately, which statement would you use? And if you simply want to skip one damaged paper but continue checking the rest, which statement would you choose? So for the answer thing, I will tell you that the break is used when we want to stop the loop completely. Okay, and we want to use the continue if we want to skip the current iteration with the remaining ones. So here is the use case for this break and loop. So break and continue. So now let's move to a power concept in Python called nested loops. At first sight, they seem to very confusing, but you will understand it by the time you write with your hand. Okay. So let's come to a head in that what is actually nested loops are. Let's write here nested loops. So it simply means loop inside a loop. Okay. In its the outer loop learn first and the inner loop run like after the outer loops. Okay. So simply it is one loop that is placed inside the other loop. For the real life example, we can say that there is a school. You can imagine like a full outer, like most outer loop. Then in school there are classrooms. So it is a middle loop. And in the classroom there are children. So there are it is the most inner loop there. Okay. You can understand like this. So what when the teachers arrive at school, firstly it go to the outer loop, most outer loop school, then go to a classroom and then go to meet the children. So for the syntax of the nested loop, it is like easy. If I write here for, we will take two variables like I and j. So if I write here for I in range, any range we will give here, and then we will write here for j in range. Okay, these are the syntax. You can write here code. Okay, here you can also write code here. So this is the syntax here. Okay. So now let's come to example of a basic nested loop here. Okay. So it will be a like a very easy example, not very hard example. So let's try to write this example. So in this example, what we are doing, like here I am taking a first outer loop. Okay. Like I write for I in range Like any range you can take. Like if I take 1, 2, 4, not a very big range, small range I'll take. And here I write for j in range. Remember to take these both variables separate. Okay, for j in range 1 comma 4. After that, I will write here print like the value of I. When I write here value, I should write something value of I is equal to int value of I plus int I. Oh, sorry, stri, and then plus I will write here value of j equal to plus str. Okay, so let's run this and see what our output comes here. So you can see here, like our value for the first iteration, our value of I is equal to 1 and the value of j is equal to, or is also equal to 1. But for the second iteration, our value of I is equal to 1 and j is equal to 2. How it is to this? Because the value of I not increased. Firstly, for the first iteration, this is the whole block of code which will run in this first iteration of the I. Okay, so let's understand how it is actually work. Let's copy this and paste it here. So in this loop, what is happening here? For the first iteration, what is happening here? The I value of I becomes 1 here, but for j, the value of I here also is 1. But when the second iteration of this I value come before that, the second iteration of this inner loop will come here. Okay, so when this inner loop iteration come here, you can say that like uh, this when this like a whole loops end one time, when the one time this whole loop ends, then the second iteration will start of this outer loop. Like here I can say that I can also write here print iteration of outer loop is, I will write here what I will write here, I will write here I, and then I will write here or not, just should remove that because it will be very large. Okay, so here I will can check the iteration of our outer loop, that is I. Okay, now in this I will write here, or in this only I can write here below uh, print iteration of the inner loop. Okay, which is R A. So by this example, I think you can clearly understand this. So now if I try to run my program here again, you can see that for the first time, the iteration of our inner loop is, why it is given 3 here. Okay, okay, okay. It is our previous output. let's just run out. That's why I clear this. So here you can see that to make a gap also I write here after this loop or below this loop also I write here one print. Okay. So if I try to run this now, now you can see that here like for the iteration of the loop when is one and the iteration of the inner loop is one when both are in one when this is also have run first time and this also have ran first time only, then you can see here that the value of I and j is equal to 1. But when the iteration of the loop is the outer loop is 1 and the iteration of the inner loop is second, then you can see that clearly here that the I is only 1 here, but the value of j is become 2 here. How it is becoming 2 here? Because uh, after the first iteration of this whole block of the j, the iteration of j starts again, and here it updates range function updates the value from 1 to 2. So it is exactly how it is working here. Okay. So if you are feel confusing now also, then you can like write it again and make small programs like this. For like example, if I take a small example of this, if you are not understanding it. Although I have written this iteration thing, so I think it is you can clearly understand here. Like if I take here to this output only, you can see that when the iteration of the outer loop becomes one. So you can say when the iteration of the outer loop is 2 here, which is here. When the iteration of the outer loop becomes 2 here, you can see the iteration of the inner loop becomes 1 here because iteration of the outer loop when 1 becomes 2 here. So what does it mean actually that this the inner loop has restarted. Because why it is restarted? So it is restarted because for the whole iteration it was running again and the value of j is updating. But when the next iteration becomes, here is the fresh value of j comes which is 1 here. So that's why you can say the value of j is also 1 here for the first iteration of the inner loop and the second iteration of 2 here. So by that you can like I think easily understand how this actually natural loop works here. Okay. So let's take some more examples so that you can easily not confuse here. Okay. So now we will like print a square pattern by using this in nested loop. So what I will do, I will take a outer loop for example like for I in range 4. I am just starting 4 here because I have to just like do it for the fourth time, not to like use of I here. Okay. Then I will let it for j in range 4. Now for the square pattern, what should I do? I'm using the like making for this second example. What I'm doing actually here, like I'm making this star pattern. Like you see here, okay. Then this, this, okay. So what it will do? Firstly, it will print this line 4 times, then this line 4 times, then this line 4 times, and this line 4 times. Okay, but here also you can see whenever I have to print this, I have to print this how many times? How many times it will? Because if I use print here, it will the next star will come on the next line. So I have to make sure that the next star not come to the next line. Okay. So if I try to print this, what I will do here? I can make it in two ways. So I will tell you the whole two ways of doing that. So what I will do here? Firstly, I will make here a, a star variable where I will assign a value empty string, and when after that I will, what will I do here? I will here like star is equal to star. I will, you can say that star equal to this, because I have to store this in star. Okay. So now what I will do here? I will print this star string after the loop will get completed. So I will write here when the, you can say this loop will get completed. So, or I can print here when this loop will get completed. Okay. So I will write here print star. Okay. After that, I will, yeah, should also just try this time like that this only. So you can see that I got my this pattern here. Okay. You can like feel it like it is a like a rectangle, but you can see here it is the four star at the horizontal line and vertical line also four star view. So you can say like make a star pattern here by this. Okay, I have zoomed in a little bit for you. Okay, for the second way, how to do it? Like for the second way, you can do like same. You can take the both function for I in range and then for j in range 4. But here you will write here print, and I will, you can, when you will, yes, search here print, you can say that in this print function you have written the def print, and you can see here like in the, if I try to like can't I just zoom this, if I, oh no, you can see that like here in this you can see there are two also, you can say parameters here that are sep and end. So, what is the meaning of this sep and end variables? As you can also see here also there is sep and end variables. So, use of this sep and end variables is like if I just comment it for a little bit time, and as right here, if I write here, so if I write here print, and I write here two things like first is hello, and after putting gamma I write here world. So when I write two things or two variables here, if I write here one also, then how it get printed? So you can see that it prints like hello. Then here is a space here. You can see between two variables there is space here. Okay. Then after that here also space. And after when the print statement gets ended, and I will write another print statement. Let's just write here welcome to Python. So we can also change like how the word are separating. Here the word are separating by a single space after this comma. Okay. So what if I can do here? I can write here a variable name that is sep, and I can provide here a value anything. Like I can simply write here space also. Okay. So what if when I will write this? So what will happen? I will then run this, and you will see here when there was previously space here, it was written here space space. I can also remove by here underscore also. So when I will run this, you will see hello world person. It is replaced by the this. But then what is the use of this end here? Also, I told you the end about end now. So the use of end here is by default the when we write two Python statements, what happens here? The next Python statements takes a new line space here, okay, and like print in the next line. But if I write here like here and here write here like a tab space, okay. So what will happen here? When I will run this, you can see the next Python statement, which is next print statement, which is this. You can see like it prints after a one tab space after here. Okay, so that is the main use of this sep and end. So now I think you can understand what the use of the sep and end here. Okay, so we will use here end. So we will use your end for how? Like if I write here star and I print here end is equal to a space. Why I'm putting this? I'm putting this because if I not print it, then it will print like a serial wise. Okay, and I will write here a blank print statement to give a new line space. Okay, so if I like run this now, you can see that our square becomes like this. Okay, so now we can also do this here also. Okay, so what if I remove this end statement? So if I remove this end statement, then you can see how will be our output. You can see that like this. Okay, so it is not looking good here. Or do this, and when I run this again, you can see that our program is coming. We can also provide this horizontal space also in our previous program also. What we have to do here, we have to just like write here this. Okay, or for a full function, we can say that here we can write that. Firstly, I comment this. We can write here if j is not equal to 3 here, then what should I do here? I should add star equal to star this same one star plus this. Okay, if j is not 3, because we do not require space for the last one, we only require for the 1 2 3. Okay, so here I can do this. Now if I run this my first method here, so you can see that we are getting our whole 4 square. Okay, so that's how you can do this by these methods here. Both will give you stars. You know, if I run both here, you can say you can get 2 stars to here. I should also leave a blank space here, like print. Okay. Then if I run this, you can see we get a both squares here. So that's how you can make these square star by both of these methods. Which one you like find it the most easy, you can do by that. Okay. You can see it, this will like it is less more complex, not more complex. It is you can do it by this method or you can do by this method also. Okay, so let's just comment this and come to our next. example, which is we have to print a multiplication table of 1, and then like you have to print the multiplication table for a given range. For example, here let's say that firstly you have to print the table of 1, then 2, then 3, like that. Okay. So it is also easy. Let's just do this. So what you want here, firstly we'll take a outer loop here. I will write here for int, not int, for I in range 1 comma 4, and then I can write here print table of what, the number in this range. Okay. So table of you can say I. After that, I will take another for loop for I in range, and I will write here like I have to make the table 6 10 now, standard table. So I will write here 1 comma 11. Okay. Then I will print here a table which would be like I will write here stri plus x into, or I should write here stri plus x into plus, I should also like leave a small space here. After that, I can write here that one rj. That here is a mistake here. I have to write j here. Okay, so I will write here strj. Then I will write here, and I will then write here str I multiply by j. Okay. After that, I will add here print for the new line. Okay. So I think let's start it here. Should I clear this? You can say firstly here comes a table. I forgot here that equals to sign. Now submit again. Okay. So you can see here firstly our table of 1 here comes, then table of 2 here comes, and then table of 3 here comes. Okay. So by that you can do this program also and write a table of multiple numbers. Okay. So now here we have to make a rectangle. Previously we made square. Here we have to make the rectangle. I advise you to like make it pausing the video, by pausing the video and then see the solution. So for that we will do here, and I will write here for j in range columns And if I will take the rows and columns as input. So rows equal to int, enter the rows. And I will enter the columns. So I can make a rectangle like how long you want. Okay. So for the simple way, I can write here print hash and I will end this. Or after that, this loop, I will write here print this. Yeah, when this first you have to enter the rows. If I take three rows in column, I take four. You can say here is a also I can take a little bit space here. Then if I write here enter the rows, then I will take here four and write here like double eight. Then you can say this is an example of rectangle we got here. Okay. You can also do this by this method also. Uh, this method also. In this method, what we have to do, and this after some mistakes got here. Then I can to change something here. I should comment this and remove this here. I will take a new which would be a that here. Call is equal to this and I will write here call is equal to star and I will write here if j you can write right here no in this if j is not equal to 3. So here we have not a 3 but we have this columns now. So I will write here when j is not equal to column minus 1. Then what we have to do? Then we have to add column plus equal to space. Here. Okay. After that, this print statement is already there. So let's try this also. Is it working or not? So I write the 4 here and 8 here. Okay, I have written columns. Okay, name error. So let's just run this again and write here 4, then 8. Because we have not printing anything. That's why it is coming anything here. So we have to print also here. So where we have to print here. So we have to print here after this. print call. Okay, let's just end. Okay, let's just do this. Enter over the phone and 8 here. So you can see we got our rectangle here with no problem. Okay, so both of these are giving rectangles, and you can make your own method also. There are various methods of doing this. Okay, I am told you the two methods here, and by both methods I should that, and by the both methods you are getting examples. In first you are getting hash, and in second you are getting stars. So okay, so by this last example, now let's come to our topic, like what are the natural loop used for, or you can say the applications of nested loops. So our first is matrix multiplication. We will also do it in later. Matrix multiplication. Okay. Then second is our chess. Then third is Sudoku games. Fourth is game development, and like many more. Take example. Okay. Now let's come to our some common beginner mistakes here. Like mistake one, that is wrong indentation. Okay. If you give here the wrong indentation, you write here or here, like then it will not work. So you have to give a indentation. Okay. Then our mistake two is forgetting. In the pattern beginning, you may forgot the this print, which is blank, which you need to give the blank line here. Then for the mistake two, mistake three, we have to confusing in outer and inner loops. So these are three your mistakes where you can get confused here and work on these mistakes. So let's come to our mini practice activity. Hello. Hello. So for this mini practice activity, our program one is a simple program. I should write here only. So here our program is for I in range 2, and then for 3 range 3, we have to print A here. Okay, so we have to like basically predict the what will the value of I and j in a particular prediction. So just take a pen and paper, take 2 or 3 minutes and write these values. For now, I'm just running that in the terminal. let's just clear this. Since these are the value of for the first iteration, the both values will be 0 and second the 0 1 will be the values same. Okay. So, uh, first here. Okay. Now for the program 2, I will let the program interpret what will be the answer of this program. Okay. So I'm taking the outer loop here in 3 here. After that, I will range. Okay. Then I will let it for the range. And here I can write 2. Then here I will write print. Okay. Okay. Now you have to like predict what will be the output of this whole code. For the hint and give it is a pattern making code and you have to like tell the output. Okay. So if I run this, you can see that this a little triangle rectangle we got here by running this. Okay. So it is our practice activity 2 here. So let's take a quick recap of all these till I have run this. Okay. Nested loops. So what are nested loops used? So they are used for many things, but the basic meaning of this nested loop is that it is a loop inside an another loop. Okay. For example, for if I take for this example for I in range and that is for j in range, and so like I can write the value of I and j. I've also told you this example so you can understand how these actually work. These loops actually work. Here we have make the pattern printing square here. If I write here the space, it will look more good here. Okay. Okay. So we have made this square here. Or if I take two squares here, it will look more realistic. Okay, it is looking more realistic. Okay, so we have to make this star. This square will be made of star by this loops. Okay, so we have then talked about the applications of nested loops that are multiple function, multiple matrix multiplication, dashboards, Sudoku games, game. Also, we have discussed some of the mistakes people do here that are wrong indentation, forming the print, blank print, in pursuing outer wing inner loops. And at the last, we have done some of the many practice activities, so you have to put the output here. These three, two activities. Okay. So let's now we have learned that the water nice and how they are work. So let's come to of the most bigger mistakes people do while working with loops here. Okay. So I will here talk about the whole overall mistake people do while doing loops here. So here, right here, my count is equal to 1. And if I write here while count is smaller equal to 5, print count. So can you identify What is the problem here? Everything is looking good. So the problem here actually is that you are not updating the count variable here. If you do not do this, then it will be wrong here. Okay. Now for the second mistake is wrong condition. So here, if I take count is equal to 10, then I write here while count is smaller equal to 5, then print count. So here the main condition is wrong here, okay? Because here the count is always the count is actually, you can say, always be greater than 5. So the loop will never run here, okay? Then our most common mistake people do every year, that is for getting the colon where the block of roots start. Second, our no, next is our incorrect indentations. These are the most common ones you already know here. Then next is misunderstanding the range function. As I already told you how the range function works, what are the initial value, what are the ending value, how the step work in these range functions. Okay. Then our next here you can say that which is taking the wrong step value here. Then the next is confusing with a break and continue. Okay. For our next condition is like people using this assignment operator in place of the comparison operator in the condition of loops. Okay. Then people writing wrong variables in the loop. Okay. And most mistake people do here, that is not reading message errors. You should always read errors so that you can solve your debug easily. Okay, for review this, I can use like firstly ask this question to yourselves, like is the current condition correct here? Am I doing right thing, taking the right condition? Second, ask yourself, is the loop variable changing? Then check is the indentation correct or not. Then check, did I forget a colon or not? Or check, then am I using the correct range values or not? Okay, then also check, should I break use or continue so that the loop doesn't get infinite, okay, or any like other condition happens. And also at last check what are the error messages here. So let's do a mini practice activity. I will write the wrong syntax here and you have to find out what is the mistake here. So the first program, fault program, I am writing here for I in range 5 print I. Okay. So If I not take print here, or should I take print? No problem. Print I. So you have to tell me. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, sorry. So here you have to tell me that what is the mistake here. So here the mistake is not writing the colon here. Here colon is missing. So it is a mistake here. Okay, okay. Next, come to our next program, which is I am taking here a variable count is equal to 1. Then I will write here while count is smaller or equal to 5. Then print count. Okay. So what is the mistake here? So the mistake here is that we are not updating this variable, not updating variable. Okay. Now for our next program, if I write here for I is range 5 and I write here print I. So what is the mistake here? So you can say the mistake here is clearly okay. The mistake here is clearly not giving indentation here. Okay, no indentation. Also, why I put this? Okay. Now for the real life mistakes, for the real life advice for the mistakes is like every programmer make mistakes. Even if a software engineer spend a significant amount of time in debugging, writing code is not only the part of programming. You have to find and fix the mistake you have done it. Okay. Then you practice and fast you recognize common errors here. So now we know what are the most common mistakes beginners do and while working with the loops. So now we will explore some real-world applications of loop and see their what concept are actually used in software development. Okay. So I asked you a question that where are actually this is our some discussion point here. So I asked you what are the loops actually used in real life. So the answer is simple. Loops are used in almost every software applications. Any software application will take whenever a task needs to a repeated loop become a perfect solution there. Example one, we take the ATM machine. Imagine like you are using an ATM and the machine asks like enter your pin. If the by mistake you enter the wrong pin, like it doesn't block you or something. It just asks again. So how does it happen? So it actually asks and again. Till then the maximum number of attempts is reached. So here what happened? We the machine uses the break statement when the major number of attempts reach here and uses the loop here to ask the input of the pin again and again. Now for the application to be take as a social media apps, think about it like Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. So when you scroll these, when the post one appears, then post two appears, then post three appears. So how they are appearing like one after another. So here, like they are displaying the post by using loops. For the application 3, I'm talking about the online shopping websites like uh, how they are opening e-commerce website and displaying products. So how they are displaying the product in the e-commerce websites. So they are displaying it by the help of loops only. Okay, for the email system, sending emails to multiple system one time. So they uses loops here also. For the game section, you can say every game to repeat the consistently repeated actions like check keyboard input, update player position, move enemy, detect collision. These are also the use cases of the loops here. For the applications, we can talk about our some roles in the um, like data analysis role. So imagine company has 1 million sale records. Instead of checking each record manually, what our data analysts do is just put a row and check whether records in sales are there, then process the records. Okay, so it is only done by using groups. Then in artificial intelligence also, machine learning models are trained by repeating calculation many many times, that is read many times. Okay, that's by the loops only here. Okay. Now for the file processing, suppose you have a text file with 200 lines. Instead, like reading each line manually, you have to like what will you do? You will print a loop here for the line in file, and you can print the line here. For the small home and IoT thing, imagine a smart temperature sensor. It continuously checks the temperature, like for a daily time of the 1 millisecond or 54 milliseconds. It continuously checks. When the temperature rises, it does rise in its systems. Then the web servers. The web servers consistently gives the mistakes to the client, whether request is coming or not. Okay, so these are some applications of the loops here. So let's understand why are loops so important here. So without loops, code becomes repetitive, program becomes longer, maintenance becomes difficult, bugs become more likely here. With loops, there is less code, better readability, easier maintenance, and fast development and most efficient programs. So after this all here, can you think of one mobile app or website that probably uses loops here? So for the possible icons, I can give you that they are WhatsApp, YouTube, and Spotify, Google Maps, Amazon, Swiggy, Zomato, and many websites. Okay. Even this Python program uses loops in many ways. Whenever you print multiple items, process data, repeat tasks, loop is usually involved everywhere. Okay. So for the quick recap of the application, we learned that the loops are using ATM machines, social media apps, online shopping websites, email systems, games, data analysis, artificial intelligence, and file processing. Okay. Now think about your favorite app. Can you identify one task inside the app that repeats again and again, and you think like loops might be helpful for that task? So then, whenever program reads an action, whether it's a loading post, processing order, checking sensor, or sending notification, our loops make that repetition automatic and efficient. That's why it is considered best for this programming. So now we have now the loops not as a classroom concept; they are the building block of the real software. So now we will write some sample practice program using loops so you can apply everything I've learned in today's lecture. So till now we have learned almost everything about loops like while loop, for loop, range function, break, continue, pass, nested loops, common mistakes, and real world examples we have also discussed. Now let's come to our program. So, so our first program here is to print numbers, very simple programs from 1 to. So how you will do this? Let's come to our corridor. So firstly, we will take a loop here, whether you can take a while loop or a for loop. So here I am taking a while loop here, for loop here. If I write for I in range here and I write here 1, comma 11 because the 11 one is excluded here, that's why I am taking 11. So we can write till 10. Then I can write here print I. Simple as that. If I run this, you can see I got our content from 1 to 10. Okay. So basic example of using loops here. First practice question, that is very easy. If you're not able to do this first question program, I think you have to rewatch this lecture and understand the concepts again. Now for the second one, our task is to print even numbers from 1 to 20. So how we will do it? First we will take here using for loops. For we will also do with while loop also. Okay, I will tell you new thing. For I in range, if I take 2 here and 21 here, okay, and here I should write the 2 as a step, and then I will write here print I here. So what I am doing here actually, I am starting the loop with the value of I from 2 till 20. Okay, because 21 stars and here like excluded and like updating the value by 2 here. So if I run this, I will get the all even number from 1 to 2 to 21 to 21. But there is also one method of doing this. Like if I take let I is equal to 1 or 2, not let here. Why I'm using let here? If I take I is equal to 2, then I take while loop. While I is smaller or equal to 20, what should I do here? I should print I directly. No, firstly I will check condition. If that I is modulus by 2 is double equal to 0, then only I should print I. So by this method you can also print the even numbers here. If I delete this, you can see 1 minute what happens here. What is the mistake here? We forgot to update the value of I here. So let's just update this also. Here I is equal to or I plus is equal to 1. Okay. Now let's run this. You will see our even numbers came here. Okay. So please remember not to make mistakes like I made here. Okay. Now let's come to our next question. We have to print the odd numbers, just like opposite of these. So let's just copy this and paste here. In, okay. So these two methods are here for doing this. You know, I can divide this by this. Okay. Okay. Now for the third, I have to like print the odd numbers of opposite of the previous program. So what I have to do? I have to just copy this, or should I write by my own hand? You know, firstly, I will do with the for range. I will write for I in range. I will write here 1 comma 21 comma 2. Then I will try to print here I. So I will get my output here. If I just clear this, run this. You see I got all the even odd numbers from 1 to 21. Okay. I can also do this by the while loop also. Like for not while, if I take I is equal to 1 here, then I will write here while I is smaller equal to I is smaller or equal to 21, not 21, 20. Then what I do? Then I will check if I modulus by 2 is not equal to 0. Then I should print here I. After that, I will update the variable of I, that is I plus is equal to 1. So let's just do this also. When I say here also are even number get printed. So these are the both ways of doing the same thing. Okay, so let's just copy this here. Okay, now for our fourth program, what we have to do, we have to print the multiplication table. Okay, of of whom till I take the multiplication of what number we will take it as a input. So firstly I will take input is equal to int input and I will write here enter the number of which you want the table. Okay, then I will write here for I in range 1 comma till 10 I will write table and standard. So I will write here print num comma multiply sign comma then I comma equal to comma then num multiply by I can do this if I run this if I run this so it will ask enter the number of which you want the table. I should tell here 91. So you can say I got the table of the 91, 91 1 equal to 91 2 3. Okay, so by this you can get the table of any number here. Also let's just copy this paste it here. I can also modify this like till which number you want the table. I could write here variable limiter. Okay, I'll write here int and write here input. Write here till which number you want the table. Then what should I do here? I should in place of 11 I should write here uh, limiter plus 1. Okay. So let's just clear this and run this. If I run this out of the number of which you want to table, I want to number table of 99 and till which number I wanted to 100. You can say I got the table of 99 till 100. Okay, 99 ones are 2s are 3s are all I got here. Okay, so this is also you can modify yourself. You should like try experiment things by yourself also. Okay, now our next task is to get the sum of the first 10 numbers. Okay, like first 10 whole numbers. Okay, so here I write for that find the sum of first 10 numbers. So what will I do here? Firstly, I will take a range function for I in range from 1 to 11 because 10 is included when 11 is included here. Then what I will do, I will take firstly here some variable, some which I take initially as 0 because when you will add something to 0, it will become the same thing here for the first time. Okay. Then I will write here sum is equal to sum plus I. Okay. No big problem here. Then at last, simply, okay. Why this line here? At last, simply, I will print here, print the sum of the first 10 numbers is right here, sum. Okay. So now let's just sum this. And here it's setting bracket was not full. Where bracket was not full. Okay. We have not put comma here. So the sum of the first 10 numbers is 55 here. Okay. So here that's how you can find the sum of the first 10 numbers here. Now just you should copy this and paste this here. After that, the next task is to find the factorial of a number. For who don't know factorial means, if I take the factorial 3 here, that will be written as factorial 3, not this. So it means 3 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 1. We just multiply by decreasing the number here. Okay. So let's do this by our for loop. So what we will do here, how I take for an I in range, and then I will write here firstly I will take the number as an input here. Okay. So I will take num is equal to input, enter the number. Okay. Then I will write here num, and I will I will make it till 0, and I will decrease it by -1. Okay. Then what will I do? I will write here. Also, I will make one another variable that name is factorial, in which I will store the initial value as 1, and then I will write here factorial is equal to factorial multiplied by I. After that, I will print factorial. Okay. So now let us take the number of which I want a factorial. If I delete this, you see I will take number as 5, and I got answer is 120. So it is the right answer. So you can also check it. Like 5 for the 20, 4 3 the 5 for the 20, 23 the 60, 62 the 120, and 121 the 120. Okay. So you can check also here. We can just copy this here. Now our next task is to make a countdown. Okay. So it is very easy countdown. One loop for I in range. Then I will take here our initial value as 10 and new value is 0. And then I will write here -1 as to decrease it. After that I will write print I and at last I'll write print last. Okay, so let's just run this. You can see we got 8, 9, 10, 11, and our last here. Okay, now let's come to our program 8. First copy this. Now for the program 8, it is a pattern printing. So it is simple pattern printing program we have to make. Okay, so let's just make it and right here for I simple we have to make a square. Okay, for I in a range 5, then I will write it for I in range 5, and I will write here not I here, I will write here J forward. Then I will write here print what this and by this. After that I will write here print only this. So by that you can make a square here of 5 by 5. Okay, so let me this here. Okay, now we have to make a program that skips a number. Okay, so let's take a number as an input. In input, enter to be skip between 1 to 10. Then I will write 5 in main. Then I will write 1 left, not 1. As I will, and I will write a condition like if I is double equal to none, then what should I do? You should continue, else you should print. Okay, just run this. If I want to skip 7, you may say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. So I skip that. Okay, simple program. So next, I have to stop the loop. Okay, so I will take this same and just copy here, which loop should run. Okay, so here I can think like if I should like take it while loop, while true, I'm making infinite loop here and end the infinite by using path break. Greater if I is double equal to num break. Okay. Yeah, then I yeah, is the value equal to 1. Here we'll take initial value of I is equal to 0. Okay, if I run that, firstly it will ask me on which number should I should select that if I am going to get 767. Then it will write the number all till 67 here and stop at 67. Okay, so that you can also write here. Copy this. Okay, and then paste here. Okay, so you can see we have done our 10 practice programs here. Okay, so now it's time to giving some problems to you as a challenge. Okay, or you can say homework. So your first challenge is to print like print numbers from 100 to 10 decreasing by 10. Okay, your second one is print the square of number from 1 to third, print all. They are very redundant obviously with the numbers divisible by 5, 4. You can do that. Any you can do that. For the fourth, I can say you make a pyramid. It is a little bit hard pattern using or a triangle pattern. I should a right angle triangle. Right angle triangle. It's easy. Good. Okay. So for that, please do the challenges. Also do this without like copying the code. Okay. Predict the output first, then run the program. Then compare your prediction with the actual output. Modify the code and observe what changes here. Okay. Also, let's do some of the mini quiz here. Okay. For the quiz, I can ask you a question here. We have to like find the output here. Okay. If I write here, let's just do this quiz in our code editor. So if I write here for I in range 3 and I want to print I, what should be the answer here? So if you guessed it, let's say 100,012. Okay, so that's next problem question for I in range 5 comma 0 comma minus 2. You have to print I. 3, 5, 3, 1. Okay. I hope you are guessing it correctly. Okay. So I think these two are enough. 2, 3 are enough. Okay. Because we have done very better program, so I think we'll definitely do it. Now, for the real assignment I want to give you to for the home is your first task. Assignments. Your first assignment is print from numbers from 50 to 1. Second is your print or number from 1 to 100. Then your third case is print multiplication table of the input number. Then fourth, you have to write here print sum of the we all done the sum of the first 10 numbers, you have to find sum of the first 100 numbers. Then at 5, you have to write print sum of the 10 with stars using nested. Then for the sixth, you have to write here print sum using this symbol. 7, you have to count the numbers, not print the numbers that by between 1 and 100. You have counted them from 20 to print cube of numbers from 20 to 1. And for the 10 and the last one, you have to create a simple string verif. Actually, we have done this, if you know, program using while loop. Please do it yourself. Do not see it here. So these all are your assignments. You can take a screenshot here also. Okay. So now we have just developed this programs using loops. So let's quickly revise what we have learned in our today's lecture here. So we have started our lecture 6 here with writing 6 times Python programming. Why? Because I have to tell you we can write this by loop in one line. So we have talked about loops. Okay, so there are three different, or you can say two different types of loops. The for with range loop is the type of for loop. So you can say the different types of loops here. Okay, so I can also say that just erase this. Okay. while loop and for with range function. Okay. Then I have told you the flow chart that how these loops work actually. Okay. Then I have told you about the definition of the while loop here. So how the while loop repeatedly executes a block of code as long as the condition remains true. Okay. Then I have told you the loops in detail. I think by this definition you will understand that how these works. Okay. Then I have told you how to print Python 5 times by using a counter and a table of two also. There are some practice programs we write on loops. Some vendor machine I have told you for the basic things like forward to update the variable, wrong condition, include and integer. Okay. Then for the mini activity, we have done a mini activity here also with the level loops. Then I told you a concept about the infinite loops. Okay. Then I have told you some of the examples here to like how to count number from 1 to 5 here. Okay. So they will not be evil here. You will get from only one till infinite. Okay. For example 3, I told you if that true while true also, you can also get the infinite root here. So I've also told how to identify infinite loops here. So there are three conditions. Firstly, that the loop variable change here. You have to ask that whether the condition becomes false from need a point of time. Is the updater going in direction or not? Okay. Then these are the winner mistakes people do here. Okay. Now we come to the for loop here. It will be a block of code for a specific number of time. I've underlined this also. So told you this is the syntax of the for loop. You have to use the range function here. Okay. Also we have do some of the practice questions here to already know how this works. If you have watched the video carefully, then we have discussed some of the difference between okay, like it you needed manual update while loop needed manual update, whereas for loop needed automatic updation. Okay, then we have learned something about the sequence also. We will may also learn it here in our next videos. Then some mini project activity we have done here. Okay, then we have come to our next topic, which was range function here. I have told you what are the syntax of this range function and what are the three t value means. So the start means here that it is a number where the counting begins stop. It is a number till the function counts. And step it is like how it is updated, how number is updated in the iteration. Okay. Now it is a form where we only use one parameter stop. Then it is form two where only use two start and stop. And here we use form three where we only use three start, stop, and step. If for the first, the other two values that the start value and the step value are taken as default one. Okay. Here we also done some of the examples here. Okay. Now we have come to the loop control statements here, like break statement used for exiting a loop immediately. Okay. Then we have talked about how this deliver with the help of this flow chart. Then we talked about the continue statement, how it works with this flow chart. Okay. Then we talked about the past statement that it does nothing, but it uses the placeholder for the future. Okay. Then I have told this is the table by which I told you how our it works. The way it is used for keeping the loop continuous in the current alternate path is used for only the placeholder. Now these are the mistakes people do in these bad writing statements. Now we have come to next topic for the nested loop. Like it is this loop inside, this loop inside, this loop. Okay. Now we have done some example here, like writing, printing done, like here printing, random printing. Okay. I have also told some of the application of nested loops like matrix manipulation, chess, board games, Sudoku games, game development. Okay. Also told about the mistakes people do here, like wrong condition for the print and printing or loop. Okay. Some main practice that we also done here. Okay. So I'll give you some of the fault program and ask you to write these right. So here the column was missing here. Here, the value was not updating in at the end here, and here was no anything. They are the faultness in these programs. These are the practice programs I have given to you. Okay. Then this is some of the practice program we have done with ourselves. Okay. Countdown is done. Factorial, some multiplication table. Okay. The odd numbers like these. Okay. Program 8. Skip a number. Stop the loop early. Okay. So these are the programs we done ourselves. Now these challenges I have given you to do and also give you some of the assignments here. Okay. So please do the assignments without doing any cheating or something. Now we have revised all these full lecture of ours that we have done here. So for the one thing you should remember this that it is not about understanding the logic behind the code. It is always about understanding the logic only. When you understand the logic and write programs on your own, you can solve new problems and you can depend on the internet for the copying of code. So here with the practice advice for like every beginner, type the code yourself, predict the output before running it, execute the program yourself, compare prediction with the actual output, modify the code and experiment with the changes. Here's I give you some of the 10 you have to do this homework as 10 assignments. Okay. So don't worry if you can't solve everything immediately. These things take time also. Okay. Don't expect a tutorial help if you watch only lecture not doing anything. Okay. So let's talk about what will come in our next lecture. So for the next lecture, we will talk about the questions like what is a function, why do we use function, why do we define a function, what are the parameters and arguments work, how do functions return values, okay, like this. So we have completed all the 6 lectures so far. So please appreciate your progress here. A few lectures ago we were writing simple print statements, today we are writing loops, solving problems, think like a programmer. So it is also a real progress here, okay? So keep practicing and if it's just only 20 30 minutes a day, you should keep practicing as I am not uploading the lecture daily. It time also take time, so please take your time this time and practice regularly daily. Okay, so thank you for joining me in this lecture. I hope you enjoyed learning about loops as much as I enjoyed teaching them. Keep practicing, stay curious, and don't be afraid to make mistakes because every error you make is the most powerful weapon you will make by this error. Okay, so congratulations, lecture is now fully complete. Okay, goodbye then.